Starting with a slight detour, because I didn't know that there was like a barracks in this game. um, and I think I discovered it. Hang on, let me back up even more. So I've been grinding a little bit. That's where I don't think I had the Crypt Lurker chest when I last streamed. I'm saying, yeah, Crypt Lurker. I don't think I had that last time I streamed. I think I had the near stuff. But been grinding a bit just to keep up with the Revelations Tombstone cap, just to get some gear, and also to actually play 14 and do something that isn't going to interrupt streaming. And in the midst of doing that, I was like, oh shit, I've got a lot of seals, Grand Company seals. Why don't I go and get myself promoted? And I completely forgot that they introduced this mechanic with, like, recruits and shit. So I'm going to do a little bit of that before I get started. Ready to begin the squadron's training commander? I think you'll find the course names are fairly self-explanatory. Training courses will improve squadron attributes, providing increases to the unit's overall physical, mental, and tactical strength. Focus on which attribute is improved varies from course to course, so consider the values required for completing the more difficult missions when planning a regimen for your recruits. Each training course takes 1 hour to complete. The time remaining until a course is, it's in the timers. Examine the regimen board and pick a thing. Physical, mental, tactical. Physical and mental. Physical and tactical. Mental and tactical. Comprehensive. Weird that it doesn't show an increase there. That's weird. I don't know what any of these do. We'll go physical and tactical. I probably won't look at that again this stream, or I'll forget about it, but it's something if I remember. Yeah, so I realized that you couldn't actually get, oh. There they go. Yeah, I realized you couldn't get another promotion where I'm at the moment without engaging in the system, and I had no idea. Otherwise, I would have before now, but yeah, so I've been trying to keep up with the cap on this just to get some 510 gear. I'm sure it will help for the raids and that, and whatever else I end up feeling like doing. Also, just getting more glamour. I like this robe a lot, honestly. I don't know, I'm kind of losing interest in the mask, to be honest, even though it actually goes well more with this than the near stuff, but yeah. So, okay, a couple of things. You might have noticed that I'm not showing the names of followers anymore in the bottom right, in the bottom left there. That's because some people have been complete dicks and tried to spoil me on shit. So I've hidden that away because the thing that's there at the moment I didn't read entirely, because the first time I saw a name in it I was like, I'm not reading that because that's how they do it. That follower name is still there, and quite frankly I don't want to read it. I don't want to spoil myself on it. So I'm hoping that people will understand why that's not there at the moment. You know, it's obviously not going to affect people who are new because they won't have known, but people who were here previously and wondering why there's only an account there now, that's why. So until those people, until I find a better way of dealing with those people, that's going to have to be the thing. But yeah, anyway, enough of that shit. let us depart for the empty. Ow. And then we want to go to... No, not Revenant's Toll. I wonder how many commendations I'm sitting at. 125. I'd be really curious to see how that weighs up against my total like dungeons and trials and all that done. Right, we were in the middle of this when I did the thing last time. But I've done the second near raid now, so no need for that. And I don't think there was anything I had not done. I don't care about PvP, but... I mean, there's obviously the roulettes that I haven't done today, but yeah. Alright. Take 2 of trying to get to raid stuff. I hope the desert creatures didn't give you too much trouble on the way here. I doubt they pose any sort of challenge to him. With that, I could say the same with confidence about whatever fiend may be waiting for us out there. Even if the light that Reen sensed turns out to be nothing of consequence, the empty is hardly the most welcoming of places. Anything that could survive out there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, it should be reiterated that the light-blasted wasteland poseth as severe a threat as any foe we might face. In any event, we are in agreement that this phenomenon doth warrant investigation, though for lack of more precise means of navigation, we must needs rely on Reen's innate abilities to guide us. I have formed several hypotheses regarding the nature of the light, but speculation is a poor substitute for first-hand observation. It sure is. There'll be plenty of time for us to talk about it on the way. Is the Sky Slipper ready, Thancred? Ready to take us wherever we need to go, aye. Back again too, maybe, if we ask it nicely. Though the light hath been expunged from Norvrand, the ambient aether of the empty is still corrupted. Dangerously so, in fact. The flood of light devastated everything in its wake. The soil, the air, the water, all rendered it capable of supporting life. 'Tis due to this imbalance that the empty remaineth utterly uninhabitable, even a century later, or thereafter. That's why we're taking every possible precaution. Between the aetherometers I've packed and Reen's unique abilities, we should be able to detect and measure any fluctuations in our alignments. According to the Crystarium scouts, a few days out there won't affect us to any noticeable degree, but much longer than that, and we risk becoming sin eaters. Oh wow! So the place is also like the equivalent of radioactive. Which is... great. Good sign. Since we still don't know how Chocobos and Amaro will fare in the empty, we opted for a more mechanical mode of transportation. This comes courtesy of the researchers at the Mean, who found it in the Crystal Tower and restored it to working order. It's quite safe, I promise. The person in charge said he'll have parts delivered from the Crystarium should anything break. He seemed quite eager to see what we bring back from the empty, even though I told him we're not hunting for treasure. I'll introduce you if we have a chance to stop by Maud Sook at some point. Anyway, I think that covers everything. When you're ready to leave, just say the word. Well then, shall we? Depart for the empty, yes. So there is one more thing I want to try and do during this stream. I don't know. I'm gonna let this play. name like the Empty, I wasn't expecting much in the way of pleasant scenery, but this is downright depressing. To look on the lands swallowed by the flood with mine own eyes. It is a chilling sight indeed. Approximately 9/10 of this world are as this, slate all but wiped clean. Written off for the woes of darkness and Infilia. Reed, are you sure we're heading in the right direction? Yes, I'm certain. There's no telling how far away it is, though. Nothing for it but to keep going, then. You back there may as well take a nap. I have a feeling we're a good few miles ahead of us. Yeah, like Thancred said, I wasn't actually expecting it to be, like, as flat as it is. I was expecting it more to be like a desert and like have actual sort of like like a bit more like sand dunes and not just like a blasted like salt lake almost. I have to say, it's a touch larger than I was expecting. And is it sleeping? Wait, are you... No, that looks like a that looks like a ship, not a fucking, Light Warden. Oh, maybe it is. Also, this bears a striking resemblance to the... Shit, what's the name of that place that's, like, next to... in between Garlemald and, Doma? I'll look it up afterwards, but... Pure white? No, it's waking up. I don't like the sound of that. Is it a light warden? No, I don't think so. Instead of being filled with light, it is light. The first Sin Eater. Long have I strived to unravel the mystery surrounding the flood of light, to discover what set that terrible cataclysm in motion. Every thread led us to the same conclusion, the same single point. Or single being. Oh shit. I have reason to believe that the entity we see before us is this first Sin Eater, the instigator of the flood, the very foe Minfilia vanquished a century ago. She gave everything she had, and won. But this abomination could undo her work. Aye, the possibility cannot be denied, though it is oft said that destruction and creation are but two sides of the same coin. Reen, knowest thou of what I speak? The power to shape reality, to bend the laws of nature, for what was once shattered may be forged anew. That's all well and good, but don't you think we should give it a name first? Oh. Yeah, there it is. Eden. Utopia in Fae. A most auspicious title. Now that that's settled, perhaps we should find a spot to set up camp. I even brought a couple of tents, on the off chance, but pitching the damn things is somewhat of a fine art. Does anyone fancy helping me? I mean, like, I know I'm a little bit hung up on this, but this looks like This thing specifically makes this entire thing look like a ship. And I don't know what to make of that. Like... I mean, I suppose the beings of light who are... Why does this music sound familiar? This sounds like it has a similar motif to something, and I don't know if I'm on the mark or not. The empty BGM 14. It's FF8's World Map BGM. That's it! Oh my god. Okay. Like, I know a little bit about certain Final Fantasies just from, like, osmosis. One of the things that I keep realizing I actually know more about than I thought I did was Final Fantasy music. I think specifically because a lot of people use it in, like, YouTube videos and that, and I've usually been curious about the sources of some of them. That's why that sounds familiar. Okay, neat. That's not going to bother me for the rest of the stream now. I never realized that putting up tents could be such a bother. Still, I'm glad that we got there in the end. Thancred should be back from scouting the area soon. Once he's here, we can plan our next move. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Gul Gul in Mordsuk or Yal Yal in Yulmor. I wonder if there's a reason they're calling back like or making a reference to 8 here. Reen waits anxiously for Thancred to return from surveying the vicinity. I wonder what's taking Thancred so long. I don't know, but I'm sure we'll find out. Ah, there he is. That was rather uneventful. Not that I'm complaining. Did you find anything? No, thankfully. There's not but barren plains in every direction, apart from Eden, obviously. I tried approaching it, and the brute didn't even seem to notice me. I thought it best not to tempt fate, so I withdrew. We should act now, before it's fully awake. Meaning what, exactly? When I think about the Flood of Light, I get the feeling that rather than destroying everything in its path, what it actually did was stop the flow of ether. Well, that would certainly line up with a place we've been to before that looks almost exactly like this. Of course, that meant that all of the plants, animals, and people here could no longer survive. They must have crumbled to dust in the years since. But the ether is still here, lying dormant. If Eden is the one that caused this, maybe you can get it flowing again. I don't know for certain, but I think I can use Eden to bring life back to the empty. Now, hold on a moment. What makes you think that's even possible? And how do you expect to control that kind of power? Reen's aspirations may not be as preposterous as thou dost surmise. I believe Minfilia halted the Flood of Light's advance not by destroying Eden, but by silencing it. And in so doing, she hath gifted us an opportunity too precious to waste. Even now, the flame of hope burns on. I actually guess that this would be appropriate with the FF8 thing with the fucking Thancred with the gunblade. Actually, I probably should have seen an FF8 reference coming, since, like, I think the gunblade's most prominent there, or at least, like, as someone who hasn't played the games, that is the thing I associate the gunblade with. Aye, as Minfilia's successor, it standeth to reason that Reen doth possess the means to exert her will over Eden, but such a monumental task is not to be taken lightly. What sayest thou, Aldine? Imagine this is easier said than done. Yeah. Yes, you're probably right, but I have to try it. Very well, Reen. You've made up your mind. So, how should we go about this? I have an idea. I've been studying it carefully ever since we arrived. And it seems to me that the light is more concentrated at a certain point. I suppose you could call it the core? That giant Talos had a core too. Like a beating heart, it controlled the flow of ether. If Eden's core is the same, perhaps we could use it to restore the aetheric balance. The theory is certainly sound. By employing Aethernet shards as beacons, mayhap we could trace the ethereal flow to Eden's core, and in so doing, secure the means to teleport to the very heart of the beast. Thankfully, the Settlement Council has kindly furnished us with a plethora of apparatus by which to perform such feats. However, we must needs first have Reen study the entity's interior and chart us a suitable course. Once we have reached our destination, I shall fabricate a means by which you may directly communicate with Eden, and mayhap exert a measure of control over it. You can really do that, Oriange? All credit is due to a dear friend, a gentle soul long since departed, who imparted to me a wealth of knowledge concerning aetherology. Although I am certain she would be all too quick to chastise my methodology. Excuse me for interrupting this trip down memory lane, but I don't imagine that Eden will be too happy about us rummaging around in its innards, for want of a better term. In all seriousness, though, I wouldn't be surprised if there is some sort of welcoming party arranged for intruders. Perhaps you had best lead the way, Alden? It's true that he's the only one who can defeat a Light Warden, but I'd rather not rely on him any more than we have to. Yes, I haven't forgotten what happens when he absorbs too much light, but as Alisaie said, making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. Now, I wish I could put down wardens myself, but the simple fact is I can't. There's no point pretending I can, and that's why I'm asking Aldine. Then perhaps I could... You already have a job to do, remember? The only reason this plan even has a chance of success is because of your involvement. If we need to concentrate on the task at hand, we need you to concentrate on the task at hand and guide us to the core. Not only that, you'll have to keep an eye on Eden itself. If we somehow manage to make it angry, get us out of there. Are you sure you want to go through with this? This is what I do best. For lack of any better plans, this one will have to do. I won't let you down. Though we will remain here, Reen and I shall do our utmost to guide thee along the ethereal stream. After thou hast breached the exterior, we shall remain in contact via these link pearls, courtesy of our comrades in the Crystarium. Being relics salvaged from the Crystal Tower, I fear they may be somewhat less reliable than those to which thou art accustomed. Oh, shit, we're right into it. Okay then. Cool. I mean, I'll queue up for that then. Oh, I can't wait to die. And that's the entrance. Reen's discovery of a vast concentration of light prompts an expedition into the barren wastelands left in the wake of the flood known as the Empty. Actually, hang on a second. I need to look up something real quick before we continue. Right. Okay. Cool. There you encounter the immense and enigmatic Eden, the very first Sin Eater and the progenitor of the destruction that all but consumed the world. Rather than seeking to end this threat once and for all, Reen hopes to use its limitless power to restore the ethereal balance of the Empty and breathe life into the planet. However, she must first gain control of Eden's core, which is likely to have countermeasures for repelling intruders. Eden's Gate Resurrection. Alrighty then. Well, luckily I've got more than enough eye level for this. And I will queue for that. 13 minutes, okay. So, I mentioned I was going to be doing something else. So, in the off time, across, like, the entire time I've been streaming this game, one thing I found is, like, a neat thing to do to kill time, just if I want to play this game and, you know, not interrupt anything for the stream, is to do things like, grind for currency and stuff like that, look for glamours and that, but also get relic weapons. And I discovered, through some non-spoiler means, thankfully, that if I want to start doing anything to do with the Shadowbringers relics, that I have to go and talk, or I have to go and complete a raid in Stormblood. An Alliance raid, specifically. So I'm gonna do that on stream. So when I'm talking about the relic weapons, I might do more of the story on stream, but I'm not gonna do the grinding. If there's stuff I need to do that's like, I forgot the quest I looked up even. Right. Dramatis Personae. Which is where? Oh, just across the way. Yeah, so I won't be doing any of the grinding on stream. I just, like, that's going to be a chill time for me. But if I do go through any quests or anything like that, I'll probably do that on stream. Yeah, because, like I've said with, like, Path of Exile and stuff like that, there's a certain type of gameplay I kinda reserve for, playing by myself, and it's the kind of stuff where I can turn my brain off and listen to a YouTube video. I don't have to, like, read story and stuff like that. And that kind of grinding is perfect for that. And it's probably a thing that I don't really want to be doing on stream, because that stuff takes fucking forever, as I understand doing the ARR one, which I'm barely through. For reference, I have the Veil of Wiyu Atma, sorry. I'm up to the bit where you go through all of the books to upgrade them, and that's going to take fucking forever. If I even want to continue that, but yeah, this is a sort of, like, that kind of grinding, and maybe even, like, the Bozja stuff, depending on how, like, dense it is probably the stuff I'll do off stream. Like, I'll probably make sure that I do, like, quests related to that stuff on stream where I can, but, oh shit, I didn't expect that to pop so quickly. That's alright, I probably would have gotten interrupted in the middle of that. Oh boy. Can't wait to die. There is a large likelihood I'll probably be a bit more quiet during these sections, so, fair warning. Be careful. Huge amounts of ether are rushing to the core. Wait, what's that? That looks like a small version of the thing we saw outside. Oh dear. Oh my god, this is FF8 battle music as well, I think.
Oh no.
This is a reference that I'm not getting, almost certainly. Got him. Hell yeah. Whoa, that's a lot of shit. I don't know, fuck it, I'll roll on all of it. Alright, I got 2 things, and that's fine. I thought there'd be more to that, but maybe it's like 1 boss encounter at a time. Seems to Thankr's prediction about there being some sort of guardian was right. Thankfully, it was nothing that you couldn't handle. I'm glad to say you haven't absorbed any light either. So far, so good. Now that the way is clear, the Aethernet shards can send us to the core and back whenever we need. Why don't we give them a try? Was that the thing that was the entrance before? Proceed to Eden's core. Once Urianger has activated the device, it's my turn. Direct hit. The time hath come, Reen. I'm actually kind of surprised there isn't voice acting in this so far. Watch over me, Minfilia. Is this supposed to happen? Eden is offering considerable resistance. Oh, not now. Not when I'm so close. Urianger! I'm unharmed, but what of Reen? No, you listen to me. Get it, Reen. Let's go. Reen, be careful. She did it. one fell swoop. Reen appears to have recovered from her battle with the battle of wills with Eden. It worked. I'm in control now, I think. Although I'm now linked to Eden, I still need to figure out how to give it commands. Pray tell, what caused it to convulse so violently? It must have been when Eden rose into the air. I'm still struggling to stop it from drifting too far from the camp. Even now, thou art... Reen? What's going on? Above us. Something coming this way. An enemy. But how dost thou... could it be a Sin Eater? Well, unless it's something that Eden considers an enemy. I can't see them clearly, but... No. That's impossible. What is it? They're inside too. Lots of them. Trying to reach the core. Uninvited guests, eh? If I'd known they were coming, I would have tidied up the place. Japes are a poor substitute for a viable stratagem. In that case, I suggest that you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. And Aldine can welcome our airborne adversary. Reen, find out if Eden has any defenses we can make use of. Preferably ones that don't recognize us as the enemy. I'm not sure about that, but I can use the ether currents to send you wherever you need to go. That's my girl. Alright, everyone. We've got work to do. From what I can tell, Eden is able to form simple structures by redirecting ether, so I'll try to give you something to stand on. When you're ready, head for that portal over there. Is this just going to throw me straight into another... Yep. Okay. I didn't think this would go as quickly as I thought it... as it clearly is. I'm just going to go and get the first quest for... the... Alliance raid in Stormblood before we move on. Excuse me? Oh, really? I can't teleport in here? That seems... odd. Yeah, there it is. Oh my god, are we gonna use this like the skyship in fucking 8 as well? Wait, 8 is another one with a... Fuck, I don't actually remember if that's a thing in 8 or some other game. Is it one of the other games? Kugane. Yeah, fuck it. I'll burn the ticket. It's just taking up room otherwise. Like, unfortunately, it is a very expensive teleport from, the first to Kugane, so, like, I kind of want to make sure I'm not bouncing back and forth as... Well, actually, let me look at the queue. It might actually be a bit bigger. Having finally overcome Eden in a battle of wills, Reen is now in control of the enormous Sin Eater, which now drifts above the empty, or high above the empty. Your celebrations are short-lived, however, as Reen detects the presence of unknown enemies making their way towards Eden's core. While Thancred and Urianger rush to intercept a swarm of foes approaching from inside, you head to the upper reaches to face the threat from above. Or, face the threat from the above. And I was going to check the queue. 10, nope. I'm going to withdraw just until I get this done. Dramatis Personae. Kaiten knows of someone seeking your acquaintance. Welcome, my lord. There is a young maiden here who would speak with you. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. Hi. And here he is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I am Lena Murilla? Lena Murilla, correspondent for the Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you pass by. Okay. No, I'm here because... Actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I am but an observer. Alma, come! I found him. Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed it is. Hi. Please, I beg you, find my father. You his only hope. Whoa, okay. Backstory? It's alright, Alma. We are attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We will wait you aware before the Prima Vista. The theatre barge has a berth at the airship landing. We both just shrug at each other like, okay. There you are. So all I know about this quest, all I know about this like raid is it's called Return to Ivalice, and I think that's got something to do with Final Fantasy 12. I think it is. It's the one with Vaan and Penello, if I'm remembering correctly. As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here. It's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gate guard Minagumo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the docks. Alrighty then. Thank you for coming, Aldine. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Garlean one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle. That looks like a like an ancient Greek theater that's just been raised up on an airship. Or at least on the top there. The Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theatre Company. Yep, there we go. You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least, no known spies. And that's reassuring. Ask anyone and they will readily attest. The majestic Imperial Theatre Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents, and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theatre troupes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship, that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now all theatre troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned, and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders? Well, they're never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with only two options: compromise their creative integrity to curry favour with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The Principal of the Majestic, however, chose a third option, to express his disapproval of the new Emperor's policies obliquely, in ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray, forgive me for the earlier outburst. I am Alma Bass Lexentale, daughter of Principal Genomus Sen Lexentale. Mayhap you have heard of my father's latest play, the Zodiac Brave story? As a matter of fact. On the surface, it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of the censors' attention, but beneath it is something quite different. In fact, the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. That play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe, and by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the Majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. And none of this made it any clearer as to why you're here. Right. Allow me, Lena. Sid? Excuse me? Hey. Aren't you looking into something with you know what? Never mind. That's not important. I've known Genomus since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane, looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. Genomus and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of pleated mail, numbing our minds on to the other's naive ideologies. Yet no matter where our conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troupe was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Genomus never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Art will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the skies so others might do the same. What I'm trying to say, rather poorly I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire, and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself, whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Alamegan or a Doman who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper. How many Eorzean adventures do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father? In Garland territory, no less. Sorry? But you are different. You've seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So what say you? I would turn my back on a damsel in distress. I would make a poor adventurer where I'd shy away from adventurer. Indeed. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. Ah, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Please follow me. Jesus, I'm glad I didn't start the queue for Eden, because it definitely seems like this is going to take a while to get into. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Genomus simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would never have risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. A second hero? There must be some context from the Zodiac part of the relic quest that I'm kind of missing here. According to my father's studies, this young man was once one of Delita's closer friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Yet the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the pauper's rise to regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice had Genomus firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he would choose this of all places as his refuge. Was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Nagshar, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert. Oh, poor Dalmasca. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, till the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals. Crystals unlike any others. My father called them auracite, and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12, it's magnificent. Elysian legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather auracite that young Delita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was. A tale. My father would often tell us how the aura site spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research. And though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness? Or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Oh. Huh? Hi. Alma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce... Enough, Master Sid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans. We still have our pride. Unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of the foreign rabble. Well then. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide. Your sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for his character. In all the time I have known him, he has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed colour his judgment. You are lucky to have him. Yeah, Sid, I don't think saying that I'm not racist to the racist is going to actually implore him to, to consider me a friend. Just quietly. But we would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Ah, here we go. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fate. I am sorry. Need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanastre, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth. My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life. The Empire turned Rabanastre into a death trap. We were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. I realize that now, Master Garland, but at the time I saw an opportunity to rescue our father, and I took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital? My father's fascination with Ivelician legend began with a trip to the Antediluvian. Is that actually a word, or is that a Final Fantasy thing? Hang on a sec.
Antediluvian.
Antediluvian. Oh no, I spelt it incorrectly. Okay. Of or belongs to the time before the biblical flood. Okay, so like the beginning times almost. Right, I see. My father's fascination with the Ivelician legend began with a trip to the Antediluvian city long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that is where he has returned. Now you must excuse me. I need some time to think. Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Aldine's capable hands. He has ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant him yours. Thank you, Master Garland. We will not forget this kindness. Bye, Sid. I'll see you soon, buddy. One of these days, I'll do the Omega raid. Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold my judgment until after Dalmasca. City Fallen. Protagonist, theme, background story. Ramza is itching to depart. Dalmasca is nested in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not see any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest... I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory the locations of each branch's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. There it go. Me sitting there like a fucking dork. We'll complete our descent to Rabanastre in the shuttle. The fuck is... Oh, right. Yeah, I get it. Ramza. I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Come, we are wasting time. Can't whistle today. Though majestic, definitely seems like it's seen better days. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then your father believes that Rabanastre sits atop the royal city of Lassalia, capital of Ivalice? But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous. Famous? You sure you don't mean rich? Pah, your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Bold words for a boy of but 16 summers. And a Garlean at that. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then, I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. Yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. I guess this is where we get the first leg of the raid. You see, it is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool, do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call him. Warrior of light. Don't fuck with that one. There it is. Okay. Fuck off, you. Alright, now I've got a couple of things to queue up for. I'm sure I'll get one of those soon. In the meantime, I'm going to take a quick look at what gear is available in your lore. Oh, Jesus. That was quick. Oh, come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Antithesis Manifest, Voidwalker. that's a tricky one. I really like that. That's a really... I actually really enjoyed this boss. Holy shit. It's got really clever mechanics. Nice. Wait, did it just drop the person who was in all the armor on the ground? Is there actually a person in there? Huh. Need... Oh, can't I wish there was a button to just need all. But I think the fact that, yeah... I think the fact that the armor is still here, but the monster is gone, is somewhat significant. Aldine, oh, thank goodness you're unharmed. We came as soon as we took care of our unwanted guests. They're a stubborn bunch, and quite unlike anything I've seen in the first. No, I won't let you. Damn the light. Damn you all. I don't think that's... Yeah. Who are you? What do you want? Why am I here? Oh, what is happening? She's alive, but there's something strange about her ether. She didn't seem too pleased with Rean taking control of Eden, which may be what caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. It is plain she is not a Sin Eater, not even in part as Vorthri was. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears, for she is nonetheless possessed of a power most terrible. I mean, I don't really know which of those abilities was, like, the monster and which was, like, this person in the armor, but... On the other hand, if she's fully cooperative, she might be able to tell us more about Eden. I'll keep an eye on her until she wakes up. There's no telling what will happen when she does. But I'll make it clear that we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm, at the very least. Obviously, it's not a good idea to bring her inside Eden. It's likely that reaching the core was her aim from the outset, so I'll take her to the camp. Now that things have settled down, I should get back inside and try strengthening my link to Eden. Though I had my hands full trying to control Eden, I caught a glimpse of your battle. That power. Never seen anything like it. What thou witnessed was the tearing of the very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which void scent may enter. But pray tell, Reen, didst thou make any other observations? I couldn't sense any light at all in that girl or her servants. So, void scent? And I can't really explain how, but she reminded me of Emmett Selk. What? Oh, shit. Though I think it is unlikely that she is an Ascian, she may well be thrall to Zodiac. Well, that's definitely another option. Maybe we'll be able to find out more once she's woken up. In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control over Eden. It seems to be listening more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was in the beginning. And that's not all. I've made an exciting discovery. Or any drop to drink. Reen's newly formed bond with Eden's core has led to a surprising discovery. I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now. Of course, this is only the beginning. And we shall accompany thee wheresoever this path may lead. But pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made? I understand how Eden's power works. And therefore the true nature of the flood of light? Yes. It affected the balance of all the ether and the empty, shifting it so far towards the umbral that it stopped flowing altogether. The power to tip the scales. And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls the balance of ether over a wide area, forcing it from one alignment to the other. Left alone, it still poses a threat, but if I can harness its power, I think I could use it to breathe life back into the empty. The trouble is, I haven't the foggiest idea of where to start. And if I go about this the wrong way, I'll do more harm than good. Thou needst not bear this burden alone, Reen, nor should thou. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked. The elements maintain a fragile harmony without which life cannot prosper. So what should we do? A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let us return to the camp. 'Twould be remiss of us not to involve Thancred. My friends, I believe I have struck upon a method by which we may see this world restored. Urianger, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long story slightly shorter. The plan is to control Eden and realign the ether of the empty, right? In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energies haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the empty is unfathomably vast. Were we only to effect change over one small region at a time, it would take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. Instead, our energies would be better spent revitalizing each element in order, that we might set in motion a more widespread transformation. One at a time. I hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others. For that very reason, we shall select a location in which the ambient ether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Even in a dormant state, certain elements will be prevalent and therefore more easily manipulated. Then, we rebalance the ether and return it to the land, whereupon it shall be borne on ethereal currents to the furthest reaches of the empty. But what's to prevent that element from breaking free of Ian's hold and causing a disaster of some sort? It must needs be contained. The question is, how? Aldine, indulge me a moment if thou wouldst. Pray imagine a corporeal manifestation of each of the individual elements. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye? The fucking primals? Mayhap thou art feared to utter the fateful word, for to even speak the name primal is to invite misfortune. Though invited we must. As the ether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden, we shall perform a summoning as Master Louis Soir once did on the fields of Carteneau. As one who hath laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the ether into a deiform entity, which must subsequently be dispersed in the traditional fashion. So we're deliberately summoning primals to gather ether of that particular element to redisperse into the land. That is really fucking smart. So, defeat it, in other words. But is that even possible? I've slain many a primal. I break my fast on primals. It's either that or being torn to shreds. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure I can. No, I break my fast on primals. It's basically all I did. Lest thou forget, 'twill be no more than an approximation of a foe thou hast previously bested. I have every confidence in thine abilities, Aldine. As do I, though it might help to have some idea of what you would be up against. Have you decided which element to tackle first? I propose water, the source of all life. Water. Okay, so, like, there's the obvious ones, right? So, fire, wind, and earth are all Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda. Water would be Leviathan. There should be one other than darkness, though. Because I'm pretty sure it's 3 and 3. But I don't remember... Oh, fuck. I don't remember if light and dark are actually kept in that, thing. But yeah, those are going to be my guesses. So I guess, like, 4 of the fights are going to be... Or the fights are at some point going to involve Leviathan, Garuda, Ifrit, and Titan. I mean, that would make sense, but... As for the location, an area to the west of Norvrant was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Alas, the flood of light is reduced to a yawning chasm. Water. Yes, that seems like a good choice. I'll see if Eden can take us where we need to go. There we go. I shall prepare for the summoning. Thancred, wouldst thou keep watch over our enigmatic antagonist? She may have vital information to impart. In the event that she becometh agitated, thou mayst have need to restrain her. Someone's got to do it, I suppose. Be praying for your success while I wait here, twiddling my thumbs. Still, I must say I don't envy you being caught up in yet another one of Orionche's madcap schemes. Though, come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born from your own memories and imagination, why don't you try thinking of something a bit tamer than the primals you fought in the past? Perhaps that's not how it works. Anyway, best of luck. Yeah, no, it wouldn't. That would not be how it works. Like, I could imagine, like, a much tamer version of Ifrit, but the problem is that I need to manifest enough... But the problem is that our plan revolves around manifesting enough ether in one place to redisperse it. So thinking of an Ifrit that is very underpowered, for example, is not going to work. it probably needs to be specifically a recreation of something we faced before, because those were like the tip top of that kind of summoning at the time. I mean, it would be great if I could just summon a fire mouse, squish it, and there we go, fire restored, but no. It's no way to be that easy. Actually, I wonder, is there a... Oh, there is one. Neat. Oh, it's a decent amount of revelations, too. Irene. Eden seems to be responding well to my instructions, so we should reach our destination in no time at all. Alright, this is the place. Let's see if I can draw out the water aspected ether. The rest is up to you, Aldine. Memories of Leviathan come flooding back. Inundation. Reen is now able to concentrate on the task of turning Eden's immense power to the task of balancing the ethereal alignment of the empty. Such a delicate task must be approached one element at a time, and Orionche suggests that the first should be water, essential to all life. However, for the ether to be restored, it must first be given shape through a process akin to summoning. As you call upon your memories of the dread Leviathan, the raging fury of the deluge begins to take form. Yeah. Time to go. I don't even know if it's worth leaving this position, to be honest. Like, given the fact it's only going to be 5 minutes. Actually... No, because I wanted to, Oh, right, I need to leave. I did want to check out the armor I could get in Yulmore for the revelations. Honestly, I could probably spend a fair bit on, the gear that's like a thing down from that. Was it Exarchic? Something to do with the Crystarium? Actually, I should be wearing some of that. Crystarium, that was it. Okay, what do we need for... about 400. What's like my lowest piece at the moment? 490, 490... 485, 485. Oh, all of that is like 490, isn't it? Oh no, it's 520. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at Crypt Lurker. Right. I'm looking at the other one. So there's a lot of 485 gear that I could, replace with this stuff. Which is it? It was... Oh shit, we got the Alliance raid. Shit. Alright. Time to be trash. Because yeah, all of this is 490 minus a 520 piece. And that's 585, so it's earrings and bracelet. And I think all of those are like 375? It certainly is an army of adventurers. We're in C. Forest lies the royal city. My father is somewhere inside, I can feel it. These are no ordinary birds. Well, I mean, they're chocobo, but not entirely? Question mark? Oh, shit. God, I completely forget how to... Oh. Oh, god damn it. Jesus Christ. Oh, okay, that did fucking nothing. Oh, wow. Hello? Oh, right. Keep running out of things to cast on. Glad to see that persists even in Final Fantasy. Being a caster is a constant headache of retargeting and trying to get a cast off. Oh god. I don't think I got a cast off. I think I used like a further ruin, but that was about it. Ugh. Oh, okay, Jesus. Ah, bad time to summon Bahamut. Hey Charles, how's it going? I'm doing old raid content because apparently it's required for a part of the Shadowbringers quests, for like the relic weapon, and I'd like to have that as like side-ish content. Fuck. Oh, okay, we are going the right way. I do appreciate that the game like auto sorts you into the correct places. Got a snow day, so no work. Oh, congrats. Well, I guess you might be. I guess you might be up early for no reason, but. Oh my god, is this a fucking maze? That's great. Like, I guess it's not really a maze, because, like, you obviously have the map here, but... Hell, what is it, like, 4 or 5 in the morning where you are, Charles? Ooh. Did someone pre-place those? What the shit? Oh no. That's why those were there. Why were we all stacked in the middle just to get hit back by that? Or to start running away, at least. Oh, kind of fell apart in the last, like, minute there. Jesus. Yeah, sorry I wasn't very talkative, Charles. I hope losing out on a day of work isn't actually a problem for you, because I just realized, like, oh no, wait. Snow day might be bad because no pay. Yeah, he feels wrong. Can't you sense it? Uh-oh. Father! Hi.
Who dares disturb the slumber of Argath Fadalfos, rightful king of Ivalice? Descendants of House Beowulf? Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell.
They started the fight already, didn't they? No, I'm contracted, so I still get paid. Nice. Yeah, they fucking did. Oh my god. I know it's old content, but fuck. Ugh. Oh no. Fuck you. Oh, I guess we should probably stand.
You are but blood to stain the circle. Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots! You do not belong in my world. Step into nothing.
Dark Ultima? Oh my god.
I am the lies upon which you sup. You will be judged. The world has no place for such wretches.
Was that what I was supposed to do? I just started to spin. I assumed that counted. Oh, Jesus. What? Oh, no.
You are the blood to stain the circle.
Oh, that's fucked up. Maybe I did fuck it up, though.
Revelation! You will be judged.
Spin!
I am Revelation! You will be judged. The word fool is the dog who bares his teeth before his master.
Motherfucker. No, no. Oh my. Oh, there we go. And I didn't get the last fucking thing off because of... That sucks.
This body, it is not my own.
Oh, gods, what have I done? Save me! Ramza! Save me!
Rip. Hooray! That's one of 3 raids down. I didn't get that other one to the... Need. I don't want either of those. And need. Ah, shoot. Your father, I take it? Where am I? Father! Ramza? And the Warrior of Light? Yes, I know of you, but that you should come to my rescue. Words fail me. A poor playwright, I must seem. Oh, goody. Crocodiles, people? Question mark? Not quite. The term you're looking for is thank you. Upon which note, I, Bargamnan, Bounty Hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift. I remember them from 12. Yeah, I assume they were... I'm assuming this whole thing is more or less a 12 reference. I don't honestly know that much about 12. Now hand over the aura sight, unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red. And be quick. Gijak here does not have the steadiest of hands. That one. She'll bring it to me. Yeah, I guess you can't risk getting close to me, because that could be a death sentence. Yes, this is it. The Duma. And to think we found it so close to Doma. The Duma of Doma. He didn't even get named! Oh. Enough bwagi. We would not have our guests think us underbred. You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him. God damn it, Ramza. Of course. A Bangar is always true to his word. I will be keeping this, though. Huh? What, his fucking story? Father! Only yourselves to blame for this, but if you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods. Not that they are listening. Get up, fool, we're leaving. Oh. What the fuck? What? I have questions. Yeah, you're going to be alright. Dude, I don't know. Either they're tougher than they look, but, like, the thing was, I wanted to say, like, okay, they're tougher than they look, they can, like, take a bullet, but when the guy who was shot stood up, it looked like even he was surprised. Like, I don't know if it was a blank and he kind of just keeled over in response, or... I have no idea. We cannot see to your father's hurts here. Come on, we must get back to the Prima Vista. Genomus remains deep in slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all we can do is wait. I sent word to Sid. I hope you don't mind. Yeah, he got shot. And that was a cutscene gun, too. That wasn't just... Yeah, I have no idea. Do not know what to make of that. They all got hair covering their foreheads, I just realized. Yeah, they do. Isn't this SB and not Shadowbringers? Yeah, damn it, Thank you for pointing that out, I forgot to change the title. So, I decided, like, when I was doing stuff to prepare for Eden, that this would be a good time to do Ivalice to be able to start the resistance weapons, and completely forgot that I put Shadowbringers in the fucking thing. Although I guess it's not. No, it's a bit misleading. I'm gonna take a break here really quick though. So yeah, like to be clear, I'm doing Eden and Return to Ivalice basically in parallel. So yeah, and I've only done. Well, I've done the first two things in Eden, so I've still got a bit to go tonight for that. Yeah, I am going to take a break after this cutscene, though, and I'll fix that then. Alma, Ramza, can you ever forgive me? And you, Sid. It's never my intention to put you to such trouble. I'm ever in your debt. You had done the same for me, Genomus. Besides, it was Aldine here who went to all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's him. He's right. I've done naught to deserve your kindness, yet I am its beneficiary nonetheless. So, if I understand correctly, you're saying Orosight does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as was assumed to be the case with Elise, or Izael, and the Archbishop, but rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. God, every Sid looks the same. It's great. Yeah, it's fucking great. Biggs and Wedge always look like a bit different, but like they always take on like the equivalent in the game. If that is the case, our Sharlayan allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking words? Did you find what you came looking for? No, the FF4 Sid is not anywhere near as Wolf Daddy as this Sid. Oh, you're not wrong, wrong way. You're not wrong. This particular Sid, and the fact that, like, he has a friend named Nero, always just, like, every time I see him, I think Dante. It's really bad. Also, hi, Wrongway. How's it going? Oh, and also, Alex Vandu. Thank you for pointing that out, and I hope you're having a good night tonight. Welcome to the stream. Legend would have us believe that Delita Hyrule... I'm gonna get all these names wrong, by the way, because I, like, don't know. The commander who would be king was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave story. But as I have discovered, there was another. 2 others, in fact. Siblings whose roles faded from subsequent retellings of the story. A brother and sister by the names of Ramza and Alma. I'm sorry? Then... To prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Evilesian legend I could lay hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings. But I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delita had a close companion named Ramza, who aided him in his rise to power. This in turn led me to Alma, and that I might never lose sight of the truth, I named my own children after these lost players. Right. I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Sid, but you must believe me. Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is, and forever will be, my calling, my purpose. My family's purpose. Go on. The world knows me as Genomus Sen Lexentale, yet that is but my stage name. My true name is Arislam Durai. Countless generations past, it was my ancestor who penned the Durai Papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions that details what truly occurred during the turbulent era. You are tired, Father. Rest. I will continue. Wait, you knew? Long ago, an orphan by the name of Oran Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Oran found himself in the service of the pauper become king. Following the War of the Lions, Oran believed the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic and had him burned at the stake. The Durai Papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in church vaults. The truth about Ivalice along with them. What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing? Well, if experience has taught us anything, is that the origins of a church being not what they actually were, and not being led by a single person, can upset the narrative a bit, as it turns out. Oh my god, voice. The answer to that question can be found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. Forbidden Chronicles, a secret family legacy? Not that I doubt you, Genomus, but how do you expect to convince people of all this when well-nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? By proving that it is anything but. And when people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall into place. Were it as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review, we would of course have done so long ago. But alas, it is not. The Durai Papers, you see, are written in High Ivalician, an ancient tongue long extinct. My father, and his father before him, laboured tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastre turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers. Then the diary stolen by the Bangar bounty hunters... I'm afraid so. Everything we had learned of the language was contained in those pages. Oh, shit. Then we're back to where we started. Not necessarily. We still have the transcript, as well as some few translated passages. And of course, my father's impeccable memory. I had thought it would have been really weird if we had a playwright in our midst and he was in possession of a book that he didn't actually know back to front. That would have actually really surprised me. I've come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth if it is the last thing I do. It is as Master Garland said. He's a man obsessed, and I fear that Ivalice's grip on him will only grow tighter. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastre with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe, please. Actually, before I go to break real quick, there was something in there that I want to just reread. It was something to do with Aurasight. My family's purpose. So if I understand correctly, you're saying Aurasight does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon. As was assumed to be the case with Izel and the Archbishop, but rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. Is that not how we already understood that to work in Stormblood? Like, I thought that was what the Scions figured out. And I don't understand if Sid is talking from, like, experience with wider knowledge of what it does, or if I am actually mistaken about what we understood, what we understood Aurasight to do. Because the way Sid says it in the second case sounds a lot more like what we've done with the Ascians, right? And the earliest time we did that was in ARR. We did it again in Heavensward, just before the Archbishop killed Lahabrea. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something here, but... I guess we've only ever used white Aurasight. But, I don't know, that seems like a... So if I understand correctly, you're saying Aurasight does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, but rather absorbs the host's ether and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. I don't know, there's something about that that makes me think like I, Oh. Rip. Hold up a sec. Let's see if that was that for a link? Yeah. Alright. Maybe if I take my break now and, rethink it, I will have a minute to kind of chew that over, because I don't understand how I'm misunderstanding this, if I am actually misunderstanding it. Yeah. Alright, either way, I've clearly got a few more quests to do before we get our next Ivalice raid, and another Eden raid to do. We're blasting through the Eden stuff, so... Well, but then again, from what I understand, well, actually, I don't know if it's 3, 3, and 3 in each patch. So I'd imagine what happens is there's a big chunk of quests, then there's, like, the 3 raids, and then there's another chunk of quests before we end the patch and then start again. Or at least that seems to be how it flows, I would guess. But I guess we'll find out. Yeah, so, I won't be a minute, because I'm just gonna refill my water and that, but, yeah, I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Actually, you know what? No. I don't think Shadowbringer's side quests is quite inaccurate, because, like, the reason I'm doing Ivalice is specifically to get something for, Shadowbringers, so... Kind of zooming through it, I kind of have to do it. Like, I get what I think was... Yeah. I get what Alex was kind of pointing out there, but... after what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalice exists, at least in some form. The problem would be gathering sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians who have based their careers on the presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've ever been one to shy from a challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in Aldine, then I'm in. If you're not in, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing from me again soon, that much I promise you. Thank you. sighted. Lena Murilla appears to have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Aldine, where in the world have you been? Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexentale's research into the aura site may have finally borne fruit. You must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us. Ow. Gotta remember to moisturize tonight. Been kind of slacking. If you'd follow me to the shuttle, good sir. Why is there even another area there? It's kind of weird. Hello, everyone. Aldine, Lady Murilla. Thank you for answering my summons. Master Garland was kind enough to send for an Archon from Sharlayan, and I thought it only right that you be present to hear her findings. Whomst. To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more Y'shtola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery. Have we met? I am Mikoto of House Jinba, a Doman, though my years in Sharlayan have made me a stranger here. You must be Aldine Felspark, fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller. I'm an Ellison! Yeah, I mean, he's an Ellison, like, fucking taller than most people. Jesus. Why does that look like, Shinryu a bit? Let us speak of the crystal. Okay, yes, please explain. The Osseous, one of many Auracite shards that aided Noble Delita's rise to Regent. My apologies. The Osseous is no ordinary crystal, even discounting its obvious historical importance. The specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elemental aspected energies. It is, rather, an ethereal lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distant frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations has been observed to promote ethereal amplification. The resultant neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determined factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored. My estimates place the rate of VRT decay at upwards of several centuries. Though I must admit, I lack sufficient varieties to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment. While that explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the Academy, it will earn you only blank looks here. Now take a deep breath and try again. This time in a language those of us without the echo might comprehend. Even Sid is confused. Oh, my apologies. I merely thought... Apologies will see us no nearer to an answer. A simple explanation will. Is there, like, food on the corner of my mouth? No. Simpler. Right. Ether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena, and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which can only emit elemental energies, Auracite is tuned to only absorb ether, but ether specific to the immaterial. That ether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release. That's funny, because, like, what she's talking about here is the idea that like, literal ether can be transported in crystals, and coming from Shadowbringers, we know that not only does that count for the soul, which we would have already pieced together before now, but, no, she's right, memories as well. Granted, it's obviously more complicated in the latter, but... try again? Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the aurosite and stored until fermentation, at which time the desire becomes manifest. Fermentation? What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the Otius takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality. Yes, that is simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal. There being one marked difference. Primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source, such as a horde of elementally charged crystals. Aurosite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. Oh, Jesus. We know the Durai papers that Argath... we know from the Durai papers that Argath was never the king of Evilise. He was slain in battle during the War of the Lions. Yet the Argath encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned regent. I believe this was merely the Aurosite in his possession making realizing his desire to rule. I'm informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that is the case, it is possible that it was not actually Argath who uttered them, but the Aurosite itself. If the Durai papers are accurate, Argath was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The Aurosite took that belief and twisted it into the abomination Aldine, put to the sword. Put to the Bahamut, but yeah, same thing. Then you are saying the crystal could prove a threat? The Aurosite, Alma. And not necessarily. Ramza seemed to fare well enough, though it is no record of the young... there is no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the Aurosite should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it. Now, where have I heard that before? Oh yes, it was Emperor Galvus's justification for taking the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms. Where, after all, was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the three great continents? You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do not begin to wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature. That they were created by someone to... But who? What manner of person would even be capable of such a feat? That's a good question. Yes, Sid? Now that is an interesting question. Thank you. The answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however, Mikoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all. What I don't understand is... if the Duma was imprinted with Argath's deepest desires, then whose desires are rattling about inside the Otius? I had the self-same question, and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes, the vessel was empty. Empty? But what are the voices I heard? Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head. Really? You're gonna start gaslighting her after we just established that wills could literally be stored in these crystals? Ramsar, why would you... Shall we speak of voices, then? What of yours, Alma? Our resident voice of dissent. You have done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling? No, I would never. You would never? There might involve a gossip monger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole. Pardon? Please tell me you could see that. Why is a Moogle here? Can we help you? It just fucking strolled up. What the shit? Hi. Am I interrupting? Oh, please do go on. My acceptance into your fine troops' ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Kupo. Guards, get this... Mont Blanc. My name is Mont Blanc. Denizen of Dalmasca's deserts. Seeker of thrills, adventurer extraordinaire. But you may call me Mont Blanc, Kupo. Moogles in the desert? Dalmasca has long been known as a melting pot for myriad cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh, the Bamgar, and the Vira might live in relative harmony with the Hur, Elizan, and others. Yet there is no record of a prominent Moogle population. Well, I mean, they do hide themselves, and they tend to be recluses, but... most likely because we are neither prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, even drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises, Kupo. Moogle? Of course I'm a Moogle, Kupo. You'd think that adorable wings and the fluffy pom would have given it away. Now, about my admission to the Majestic... I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theatre company. We will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a fluttering ball of fur. Ramsar, shut the fuck up, please, for the love of God. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? Probably stowed on board when we were in the desert, I guess. By means of his wings, were I to guess. As for admission to our company, do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites, do you? Good. Call him out for that. No, father. Very well then. Mont Blanc, what is it exactly that calls you to the stage? Our stage. What else? The Zodiac Brave story, Kupo. Never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving. Sitting, well, technically hovering, there in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special, something positively transcendental, Kupo. It was then that I realized I either had to be a part of it, or go to my grave a bitter and broken Moogle. Hurdy. Was this realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Kupo? Hurdy, how did you... Perhaps you'd have more success at running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every fool you happen to meet, Kupo. Was it not but 2 nights ago you took up the axe, Kupo? Now here you are, professing your passion for the stage before carving even a single notch in your haft. Do you not remember, to he who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread? But how is one to savor said buttered bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up when I merely came to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Kupo. And that destination is what? Mama? Are you sure it was not Geomancer? Arithmetician? Templar? Do not bother answering, Kupo. We all know you'll be singing a different tune some cockcrow. Or come cockcrow. That is where you are mistaken, Hurdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I can feel it in my fur. The role of Delita was made for me. Made for me, Kupo. Kupo, Kupo, Kupo! Enough! The actors in our company trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of the profession, not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant bat mole like you could never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theatre critics? Any troupe would need proof of valor before it could even consider... Get him, Mont Blanc. Craven? Call me a cheat and call me a cur, but do not, sir, call me a craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one foul beast by mine own hand, and the Majestic Theatre Company will accept me into its ranks, Kupo. Wait, I issued no such... You are all here witness, Kupo. When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you will be honor-bound to welcome me, Mont Blanc the Mummer, into the into the fabled ranks of the Majestic. Good day. Wonderful. What do we do now? What do we do? We do nothing. If that Batmole wishes to throw himself on the horns of a stampeding Zoe, I will not stand in his way. I believe the proper term of derogation is Molebat, and I should warn you, Moogles do not take kindly to those who use it. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argath's wretched example? Mont Blanc would never have set off on this fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands. Aldine, you are the only one among us capable of locating Mont Blanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance. I mean, yeah, why not? It's fine. My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters. Thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and his companions, Mont Blanc would likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth. Meaning Rabanastre, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon my language, but that Ramsar really is not an incurable little prick. Is he not? Yes. How dare he speak to his sister and the Moogle in that manner? I couldn't decide which was worse, the things he said, or the way the principal sat back and let him say them all. But I suppose it's none of our concern. For now, let us concentrate on the task at hand, finding the Moogle before he does something we'll regret. I'd say we start nearby. Pier 2, perhaps? Okay, well I'm gonna queue up for Eden now, because that was way too fucking long. Oh shit, hang on. Only you. Oh, we're going back to... Oh, we haven't even gone to the bloody desert. Why is this here? I don't... Why couldn't I just go straight to the ship? Like, I know there was a quest marker in here, but I don't understand why that couldn't just be on the ship. That's kind of weird, honestly. Where are we going? Pier 2. Falcon Porter tells us that he set a travelling blacksmith away to Young Shah, not a bell past. Why would that be of interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler of iron and steel was seen to be carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings. Oh dear. Mont Blanc. Not that we look like that, Coupeau. The quickest route into Dalmasca is via the One River and its western tributaries. If Mont Blanc is bound for Rabanastre, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin. Oh, right, over there. Yeah, there was a lot more story involved in this raid than I thought there would have been. But I guess just from the Crystal Tower as a example, it's not out of the ordinary. Oh, Jesus, 10:30 already. I've really been streaming for 3 hours? Holy shit. There you go. So are you going to be in the... No, you're going to be behind it, I think. Yes. Oh boy. Mont Blanc, what were you thinking? Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He's been worried sick. Both Hurdy and Ramza were right all along. I'm a failure, a flop, a flailing, flapping, foppish failure, Coupeau. How could I play the part of a hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am. Now wait, Mont Blanc. Not everyone can be a hero. Not even most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of the man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Delita united Ivalice on his own? Do you think Aldine here was alone when he liberated Alamigo? You're never alone on the battlefield, not a war so on the front lines. But of course they are not. Every campaign needs its brilliant architect, the mastermind who moves the pieces across the board. I, Mont Blanc, can be that mastermind. That was quick. Well, let us not dwell on the details. The day is saved, and Mont Blanc has escaped sand scratch or singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out. I guess I also have, the near raids as reference too, and there was like a lot of, there was like a couple of quests and a fair bit of dialogue between, going from one wing of the raid to another, so... Probably should have expected this more than not at all. Oh, fuck. Please, the ship is a place of peace. Release my sister, or you will answer to me. When the cat's away... Put that damnable thing down, Ramza. You're not helping matters. We have no quarrel with you or yours. We only seek aid in finding our leader, Bargamana. Or Bargamana. Wait, what? You seek our help? You who threatened to kill my father, who stole his work and made fools of us all? Never. Silence, Ramza. I have Alma. We will hear what they have to say. As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrendered our weapons and offer you your journal as an act of good faith. So, their leader has just disappeared? This is all rather a lot to digest. But your claims do coincide with what we have learned about the Aura site. You're saying that Crystal did something to our captain? After being emptied of Argath's will, the Duma sought that of another to sate its appetite for ether. You're saying that Crystal ate our captain? Not his body, no. Only his soul. His soul? Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it that he longed for above all else in the world? Why waste your breath, Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They showed themselves the beasts they were when they put a knife to your throat. Fucking shut up! First mole bats and now lizards. This one's tongue is pure poison. Get 'em, Montblanc. The boy can call us what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better. Your failings? 30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not wake in a sweat at the memory. We were Fusiliers? I don't know how to pronounce that word. Fusilia. A member of any of several regiments formerly armed with fusils.
Fusilier.
Fusilier. Okay, but what's a... Fusil, a light musket. Oh, okay. We were Fusiliers in the Dalmascan army, stationed in the royal stronghold at Nalbina. Nalbina fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. Its fall to the 4th Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, turning a crushing blow to Dalmascan morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end. Bargamnan was our captain, and once it was clear the day would not be ours, Prince Lazlair, commander of the garrison in Nalbina, tasked with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister, the Princess Ashlia, away from the fortress and thence to safety, but things did not go as planned. I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms, but a stone's throw from where the Garam Scythe waterway drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us the very people who had failed her to survive, for as long as even a Dalmascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. I'm assuming this has got something very deep. It has got a lot to do with, like, 12... Like, literally the story of 12, by the sound of it. But it should not have been us who survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory, and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are not but cold-blooded lizards, deserving of whatever scorn you deign to heap on us. I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with self-loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. The darkness that lures in the heart of Bargamnan is little different from that which drove Argath, the self-same emotions that were to nourish the Duma. Stop speaking riddles, Charlian. She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster. Or rather, more of one. Galleon lies. What they say is true. If we do not find Bargamnan and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Any at all? Wait, look at this. Something has been added to the final page of my journal. Well? Then the captain must have put it there. Only he'd had access to it. Until he found it in the pack he left behind, that is. Is this Dalmascan? Indeed it is. It says Ridorana. The lighthouse? Why would he write that? And in the old man's journal, no less. There is a place on the Varland Sea, far to the south of Ramanastre, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a mile across, the Ridorana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned. Oh my god, we still haven't gotten to the quest that's going to get us there. I must admit to knowing little of Ridorana, save that which Lady Mikoto shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources traveling to some so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there's any mention of the Abyss. We shall send for you as soon as we learn aught of interest. We've learned aught of interest. Something is on Principal Genomus's mind. Fortunately, it's not what you think it is. Ridorana is proving to be quite the enigma. With every answer comes countless new questions. This may take longer than I expected. But you are doubtless eager to know why I requested your presence. Our resident dramaturge mentioned there was something he wished to ask of you. As my work here is far from complete, I wonder if you might not indulge the man while you wait. Wait, you mean Mont Blanc? Or... Oh, no, someone else. Hi. There's few so loath to take their rest than adventurers without a quest, for shorn of work to give them worth, they soon become a source of mirth. Quoth the man idling in an airship. Touché! I shall leave you to your devices then. Wait, what? I said, like, excuse me, and he's like, okay then. Go on. I can't believe that. Adventure will find me in time. That's like the first... I think that's the first time being rude to someone has ever knocked me back from, like, completion... like, progress. Oh my god. Oh, but it has, my friend. It has. My colleagues tell me that if one in this land ever needs an item fetched, that you are the man to speak to. I find this philanthropic compulsion fascinating, and so, in the interest of research into my next play, let's say, I seek to put said compulsion to the test. Assuming you are game, of course. Bring me a bottle of wine. Ah, but not just any wine. Make it rose-themed. And make it Eorzean. I've had my fill of the bitter blends offered here in the East. Where to start? Oh, if only there was some port where thirsty Eorzeans went for their wine, you would surely be there speaking with its foremost blind Lalafellan Vinter, and not here with me. How do you know that? I'm side-eyeing. I am side-eyeing this man now. It's probably just as easy to use Revenant's Toll and go that way. God, I knew there'd be a lot of talking during these streams, but, like, I feel like being out of the game for almost a week has really roughed up my voice. Right, I want to go into Wineport in Lanosha. I mean, not that I don't have money to burn on, you know, ports and all that. Sorry, I just had a completely different thought to what I was talking about. I was thinking, like, I really could use some more tickets, but, like, I've got the Gilded Burn. It's fine. It's barely anything. What? I can't remember the last time I was actually here for a quest. Soy and spice sprinkled with a subtle soupçon of the steppe. You have travelled far, my friend. What is it you seek here in Wineport? Some smartass was asking me about wine. Oh, god damn it. Oh my god, please sneeze. No. Oh, god. It's not fucking funny. So much happened in like just 3 seconds that I guess I got overwhelmed out of my sneeze. Oh, well, I gotta turn this up. Inheritor of the World, Leviathan. That's one more head than I remember. Ugh, this dramaturge. Oh my god, the music here is fucking sick. Excuse me? Oh, it's actually a remix of the, Leviathan theme, too. Oh, are we gonna get remixes for all of these boss fights? Because that's great. Oh, no, it was just the... Never mind. Ooh. again? Oh god. Oh. Oops. Come on, you two, clutch it out. Let's go. Come on, raise me. I can raise people. Oh, I guess, yeah, get the tank up. It's a bit of a higher priority. Oh my god, come on. You can get me up and start rezzing more people, please. I'm assuming that's what the scholar's trying to do. Me? No. Was it at least a black mage? I actually don't know if they can res or not. Oh my god, they really did me last. Yo! I could have helped. I thought Transcendence was going to give me immunity to pushback, but either it ran out at the very last second. Ugh. No, fucking... How did someone put I'm... whatever. Fucking bullshit. I mean, honestly, we should be lucky we survived that. We were down to a single tank and a single healer. Like... I don't know what I was supposed to do in that scenario. Like, it really felt like I was gonna get killed either way. But I think someone, like, managed to heal me up, so... Like, I didn't want to hit any buttons in case, like, the damage was gonna take me out. But maybe the knockback hits me anyway, so I wasn't moving, assuming the knockback wouldn't work, but... That was incredible! Is that what a primal looks like? Oh, not quite the same then. But why is that? The Leviathan of the Source was summoned by the Sahagin, to whom he was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deiform entity that we brought into existence differed on a fundamental level that was no less formidable. The manifestation relied upon Aldine's experiences of Leviathan, and may have been influenced by recollections of other water-aspected beings, leading to further discrepancies. Memories brought to life. But I still can't tell if our plan actually worked. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. How goes it? I fell off a platform a bunch, but everyone else killed Leviathan. If you're finished slaying your primal, or whatever it is, I suggest you get back here on the double. It's something you ought to see. What could that be? Evidently, our only recourse is to return to our base of operations forthwith. Yep, direct hit. Red Mage gets multiple raises, yeah. Like, to be fair, to be absolutely fair, it's hard to really, like, I can imagine that, like, it's sometimes hard to make a call on who to res in a situation like that. Like, do you get the healers up? Do you get the DPS who don't really give a shit about the mana they're going to use? Aldine, look. And, like, I could completely understand just getting up whoever you're pointed at, but, like, I feel if you knew the classes at all, you would have raised the healers, well, the tanks and healers first, then immediately the summoner and the red mage, because they've all got reses, and they don't have to burn mana that's as precious to them as for the healers. But oh shit. Well, that's something. By the 12's good grace, 'tis a marvel to behold. I never thought that a whole lake would appear suddenly like this. And we're just getting started. I only hope the burden is not too much for you, Aldine. That's alright. I'll fare better next time. Right, so this area is going to change as we keep defeating the, primals. That's neat. Super seismic. Reen and Oriange are considering the next step in the plan to reclaim the empty. I think this proves that the water aspect of Aether is no longer lying dormant. So, which element should we realign next, Oriange? I propose Earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life-giving energy, the empty shall become capable of supporting the growth of flora. Imagine that. Forests in the empty. But before we begin, I'd like to know how that girl is doing. Still sound asleep. She didn't so much as stir even when I took her helmet off. I thought it might be getting a bit stuffy in there, and I was curious to know what sort of person we're dealing with. She seems surprisingly normal, not at all like your usual void scent. I'd say she's around the same age as you, Reen, perhaps a little older. Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest while we can concentrate on the task at hand. As much as I'd love to go with you, I'd best stay here in case she wakes up and is much less, feeling less than cooperative. And while I wait here wishing I had something to read, my thoughts will be with you as you fly off to face the next opponent. It must be a strange feeling to bring something into existence through your own willpower, only to slay it immediately after. I almost feel sorry for the poor things. All the same, I wish you luck. If all goes well, he won't be waiting for long. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can see the results. Maybe they were in groups of 4. I actually don't know how many bosses are in Eden. So, like, I have no reference for, like, oh yeah, it's this many bosses, so it's spread across the patches like this, but I guess I'll figure it out. Now, before we embark on our journey, there is one question I feel I should ask. Where are we going? I would suggest a certain region that lieth east of Norvrant, which was once home to the great Mount Atlas. Standard rate here is 4 stages. Oh, okay, so it'll be 4, 4, and 4 on each patch. Fair enough. And for the Earth-aspected primal we wish to invoke, what could be a more fitting choice than Titan? I don't think I've heard of that one. What's it like? He's worshipped by the kobolds. The landslides. The landslides. I think I'd mentioned those. They are words equivalent to the Mord, yes? But if our last battle is anything to go by, this one would be different from the Titan and that Aldine remembers, yes? Aye, it would be wise to consider the two as entirely separate beings. As such, thou must needs conceive new stratagems if thou art to triumph in the battle to come. Past experience will avail thee naught, I feel. Alright, Aldine. Once you're ready, we'll be on our way. It took a while, but we finally arrived. Ready, Aldine? Memories of Titan come tumbling back. Oh, they are gonna have a little pun for every time I recall them. That's good. Sepulture. Alright, well, may as well do that now. Or queue up for it now. Having successfully realigned the element of water following your triumph over Leviathan, the next candidate for restoration is Earth, in the hope that the empty will soon become able to support life As before, you draw upon your experience of Primal's fought on the source to shape the ether, this time recalling your fateful encounter with the Lord of Crags, Titan. Cool. Back to Wineport then. I can't teleport in here. That's really fucking annoying. Why can't I teleport from in here? I actually cannot think of any other place in the game that won't let you teleport. Like, I think when you teleport from inside the Crystal Tower raid, or the little area before that, I feel like you could do that as well. Once upon a time, we weren't allowed to teleport out of an inner room. Oh, jeez. I mean, I can easily see why it would kind of be a technical limitation in older areas, just because they might have had to put restrictions on it for, you know, older tech and running on the PS3 and whatnot. But when we're talking about an area that was created for Shadowbringers, I'm kind of like, why? Well, like, it doesn't make immediate sense anyway. What is it you seek here in Wineport? Ah, yeah, some idiot wanted wine. He was being a smartass. A rose-themed wine? You'd be hard-pressed to find a wine that did not display some hint of rose, so we can assume that your client was not referring to a desired bouquet. Perhaps a name, or a label, or a bottle. Yes, I seem to recall a certain vintage rosé sold in crystal bottles with a single red rose on the label. Alas, I have nothing as rare amongst my personal stock. As for who might? Well, there's always Beerglade, I suppose. Never actually had to pronounce his name before, so I don't actually know how to pronounce it. Hey, how's it going? Pah! Only an uncultured fool would select a wine based solely on its bottle. As it happens, however, said fool would be undeservedly rewarded with one of Vilbrand's best wines, were he to select a vintage Sud Vianja. Which name? This guy. Beerglade? Beerglade? I assume it's one of those two. Not that your client would have the palate to properly appreciate its depth and complexity. But let us dispense with the pretense. You are the fool in question. Do not bother to deny it. A fool who has aimed too high. One of your standing could live 1,000 lifetimes and still not amass the wealth required to purchase even an empty bottle. Oh, shit, okay. Oh, price is no object, is it? Ha! Even if I believed you, and I do not. The Y is tricky. You'd probably approximate to Beerglade. Yeah, that's what I assume. Were my clients to learn I was peddling the choice of my collection to the likes of you, they would never do business with me again. The Y is, B. Boo? Buglant. Oh, so more of a U sound, so like Buglant. I think... Yeah, that's tough. I can't even, like... I suppose pronouncing it similarly to B-U-R, like Burglant, might be closer. Alright. Just to see the back of you, I shall do you the kindness of directing your steps onto one who might take pity on your plight, assuming he does not find amusement in it. Master Gegeruju of Costa del Sol. But do not tell him I sent you. Fair enough. Yeah, I kind of wish I knew more about where some of these like words were kind of inspired from. Because obviously they're a lot of the ones in Ishgard are kind of French inspired, like is in pronunciation at least, like for Tom and stuff like that. Wait, no, sorry, is that how? Well, at least some Latin inspired. I'm pretty sure it's French, but the official forum said primers on each of the races, clans, naming schemes, and stuff. I've seen that in terms of like, especially when it comes to the Mikute, or the Mikote, because they've got the whole tribe name thing going on. But I never looked at the pronunciation too much. Maybe I should do that. Aldine, it is always a pleasure, and I do mean that. My ladies inform me you will come inquiring about a bottle of Sud Vianja. But I told them they must be mistaken. Not even you would be so foolish to think you could... count me a fool then. Oh, you are serious. Aldine, you do realize one could purchase an entire estate in mist for the price of a single bottle, or 5 estates for the price of 5 bottles, which happens to be the number of bottles of Sud Vianja I have in my collection. Now, I am not an unreasonable man, let none say the venerable Gigaruju does not value a friendship as deep as the one you and I have forged. So in my boundless generosity, I offer you an opportunity for a trade. A bottle of vintage Sud Vianja for a mere magnum of fine Dalmascan. Wait, what? Never heard of this stuff? I thought I was talking to a fellow connoisseur. I pity the poor Vinter back in Wineport who will have to educate you. Until then, my friend, the offer stands. Oh, God. Is the sea always lit up like that in those areas? I feel like I would have noticed that. Oh, shit. I feel like I would have noticed that earlier if that was the case, but... Then again, I suppose I hadn't been flying in this area for a really long time, so... It's possible I just missed it. First Sud Vianja, and now Dalmascan wine. Might I interest you in an aged Leminson Red instead? No, I thought not. Well then, you have your work cut out for you. There was a time Dalmascan wine was fairly easy to procure, even here in Vilbrand, but that was before the Empire raised the better part of the kingdom, vineyards and all. If there are any surviving bottles, it would be those that were exported before the Imperial invasion, over 30 summers past. Though I've not encountered any in a decade or more, either at an auction or in private hands. Collectors are covetous creatures. If one were to have somehow acquired a bottle, there is little chance he would willingly part with such a treasure, which leaves only those brought over by the few Dalmascan refugees who fled to Eorzea. Speak with Drest. Oh. Oh, shit. Wait, hold on a second. Why is there another... Oh, that's a burst of inspiration. Okay, that's a different thing. Right. Oh, shit, I didn't realize this guy was Dalmascan. God, I feel like we brushed over that, when his part of the story was kind of important. That, and it's been so fucking long since this kind of, since I've been in this part of the area. I can't sleep. They won't let me. Midges won't let me. Oh, fuck. I didn't read the rest of it. They buzz and they scream. You. I know you. You were here before. You sent away the midges. They came back, though. They always come back. They mock me. Tell me I can never go home. I just want to go home. I cannot stand it here anymore. Ooh. Excuse me. When I did this quest, it had been like 6 years, I think. 5, maybe? Yeah. And, like, obviously age does a lot to... Or, sorry, like, time does a lot to kind of muddy all of that. But, like, even when I haven't been... Even when I'm not nearly as far from it as that, like, it all condensed into one thing is just like, oh my god, I do not remember the details of this at all. Wine. My wife loved wine. We would drink a glass of Valens every night before sunset. She would always keep the cork. I always thought that odd. How good is a cork? Toss it in the midden heap with, along with a bottle, I'd say. But she... Search nearby for an empty bottle. Oh, it's not actually on the ground. Though you find several empty wine bottles amongst the rubbish, one in particular calls out to you. Take it to Shamani Lamani to confirm its origin. Jeez, I thought the raiding queue would be a little bit more lively, even at this time of night, but I mean, I guess it is getting late. Oh, right. Okay. Found something. I was dressed. I do hope your visit did not disquiet the poor soul. Yet by some stroke of fortune, the cork remains intact. So you brought me an empty bottle. Ah, but what is this? The cork remains in place. That is most fortunate. Why is that? If an adequate seal was made, there may still be traces of the wine within. May I? Flamboyant yet elegant. A thought-provoking blend of kukuru beans and cinnamon, with just a hint of... Is that rosemary? Veritable kaleidoscope of both opulence and refinement. Long has it been since I last encountered a bouquet of such complexity, yet I recall it as if it were yesterday. Without question, this bottle once held a Damascan Leomond red by the name of Valens. I think I would have the opportunity to experience it again after so many summers. But I suspect Master Gege Ruju will not be satisfied with a sniff as I... Now, one without scruples might see the empty bottle as the basis for a ruse. Hancock? One man's ruse is another man's keikaku. Fucking where? Over the years I have had numerous dealings with the Lord of Costa del Sol, and while he is many things, an expert on wines is not one of them. Not that it would matter if he were, and of his standing invariably find more joy in boasting of their acquisitions than in consuming them. In all likelihood, Master Gegeruju will never even open the bottle, rendering the provenance of its contents practically irrelevant. Ah, but where are my manners? These forays back to Western climes always bring out the barbarian in me. It is a pleasure, Aldine. Lest you wonder at my presence here, my employers see promise in the Hingan wine trade, and desire the establishment of a viable route twixt east and west. I am come to see their plan to fruition. But, returning to your dilemma, I believe that I may be of assistance. I just so happen to have on my person several sample bottles of Hingan wine made with grapes similar to those once found in Dalmasca. For a close acquaintance, I would be more than willing to part with one that he might fill his empty vessel. But that would be unjust. As a maker of wine, I cannot allow it. Master Gegeruju has the fuck?
Cousin.
Or cousin. Master Gegeruju has cozened more of his clients than he can count. How do you think the man amassed his fortune? By playing fair? Would that the world were thus, but I am here to tell you it is not. Actually, bring that back up and bring you back up as well. So it is decided then. We shall employ deceit as our morally justified means to a happy end. Wait, this is a fool's errand. Let us be glad our quarry is a fool himself. He looks so pained to be doing this.
Oh, what a dweeb.
Now, if you will excuse me, I must go and tell the gentle citizens of Wineport why they should be drinking Hingan. Good day. Bye, Hancock. Deliver the bottle of Dalmascan wine to Gegeruju. Nice. I should really repair my gear next time I'm in town. No, what was I looking at? Oh, that's right, I should look on the training when I can. I'll probably do that after the stream, honestly. By the gods, you actually found one? A bottle of Dalmascan wine? Oh, we must uncork it right away. Uh-oh. Or at least it appears that way. What is it? Leomond Valens. Yes. Bouquet of herbaceous dignification coupled with earthen undertones and so forth. Shit. I just burst the pimple. Hang on a sec. Oh, that was a big one too. Great. Amazing. In short, a very epitome of Damascus Red. Of a Damascus Red. Yes, you have outdone yourself this time, Aldine.
Glad to be of help.
And a promise is a promise. Ladies, the bottles of Sud Vianja, if you please. Oh dear. Take whichever you fancy, except with the one with the rose. That is my favorite. Or whichever you fancy. Sure. Back to Kugane then. God damn it. Still gotta keep it there, it's still bleeding. I don't know what it is about, like, streaming or seeing friends that suddenly makes my skin just burst out in pimples, but here we are. Oh my god. Oh. Never mind that shit. We've got a Titan to slate. Which actually, now that I think about it, is kind of appropriate, given that we were just kind of seeing a lot of people from Wineport and Costa del Sol again. Oh, damn. God messed it up. Oh no. Hello? Oh no, that was the... God, all the remixes of these songs. Both remixes of the old Primal songs have been amazing so far. I don't even know what I can use these for yet, but I'm sure as hell gonna grab them in case. Nice. I at least got the pet, which I'm happy with. Welcome back. You must be exhausted. For a creature made of rock, he was a lot more agile than I was expecting. Yeah, well, when he turned into a car, I was not expecting that. I wonder, was the Titan of your world a tough opponent too? stood a chance against me. Yes, if I put one wrong foot, I'd fallen to my doom. Yeah. So all it would have taken is a momentary lapse in concentration? I don't like the sound of that. But more importantly, you defeat another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty. Can't wait to see how much of a difference we've made this time. Oh, so that crystal just changes. Did we really do all this? All of this? Aye, it would appear that the balance has returned to the element of Earth. And yet... this transformation have affected only the immediate vicinity, whereas the lands beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. It is passing strange, indeed. Did we do something wrong? Though this falleth short of the outcome I had envisioned, 'tis plain our efforts were not in vain. Mayhap this localized phenomenon is the result of an intersection of ethereal currents. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that similar locations in the empty have undergone comparable alterations. Then the ether will spread out from these points to cover the rest of... Oh? Reen! Eden? Oh, maybe she's just overexerted herself. The next piece of the puzzle. Reen appears to have been overcome by exhaustion. Ah, yeah. That makes sense. It's nothing. That didn't look like nothing to me. You better lie down for a while. No, really, I'm fine. Anyway, we've still got work to do. Nay, thou could have the right of it. 'Twould be unwise to exert thyself overmuch. I appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing. Reen, thou knowest not the strain thou dost place on thyself. Though the elements of water and earth have been restored, continued exposure to the empty, stagnant ether may yet sap thee of thy remaining strength. Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit out of sorts ever since we got here. You'd think being, like, more or less like the manifestation of the Oracle of Light, she wouldn't actually be feeling that as much as everyone else, but... I should probably get away from the empty and rest for a while. Pray do so. Meanwhile, I shall remain here. The restoration of the first two elements hath produced unexpected results, and I require time to analyze our findings. Although I guess the logic kind of is that, like, she's overexerted herself, so she's becoming a bit less... She's becoming, less energetic, which probably is compounded by the fact that this area is, like extremely umbral, so kind of like snowballing, sort of. However, I must ask thee to refrain from discussing our work in the empty, even with our closest comrades. Why? I thought they'd welcome the news. And indeed they shall, once we have more to show for our efforts. Nevertheless, this mission is one of surpassing danger. I am loath to place our dearest friends at risk unless absolutely necessary. You have their best interests at heart, I'm sure. But to be perfectly honest, I'd prefer not to keep secrets from the people that I trust with my life. I don't want to make a habit of this, but I'll do as you ask. It seems to me that Reen isn't the only one who would benefit from a change of scenery. A sleeping beauty would likely fare better in more hospitable surroundings. We'll need to have our associates from the Crystarium organize a safe place for her to stay. If you and Aldine could go ahead and have a word with them in Maud Sook, we'll catch up with you once Oriange has finished whatever it is he needs to do. Perhaps thou too shouldst accompany her on the return journey. I dare say she would be glad of thy presence. No, not this time. She's come such a long way since we first met. I worry that relying on me too much will only hold her back. We won't be staying in the First forever. The time will come for Reen and I to part ways, and for her to follow her own path. I know you understand this too, Oriange. I see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible while you still can. And to her credit, she's actually taking most of it in. Reen is possessed of an unnatural affinity for aetherology, unlike some who shall remain unnamed. A natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like. Though, come to think of it, she doesn't really take after me at all. However, like these, she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Says the master of keeping his cards close to his chest. Anyway, Aldine, you better take the Sky Slipper with Reen. It's true that she's been through a lot lately, but so have you. We'll need you ready for the challenges that lie ahead, so go on and get some rest. We shall await news of thy safe arrival in Amarang. Oh. It seemed like you were all having a quite serious discussion. I hope I haven't given you any cause for concern. Well, if you say so. Probably shouldn't stay in the empty any longer than necessary, though. So, do you want to take first shift piloting, or shall I? Can you even drive that thing? I guess you can. Phew. I'm glad I had you there to keep me company. No idea how I would have passed the time otherwise. Now that we're here, I need to find our contact from the Crystarium. But before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something's been on my mind. This might not be the best place for it, though. Those creatures over there look a bit hungry. When I first spoke to Thancred and Oriange about what I'd sensed in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. But now that we've found Eden, I know that I made the right choice. And if I'd given in to my fear, I probably would have spent the rest of my life wondering what might have been. From now on, whenever I hear that voice inside telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. That's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world is not going to help me decide what we should do with that girl when she wakes up. Do you remember what she said right before she passed out? Why am I here? What is happening? What if she's being controlled or forced to act against her will? Which would suggest Ascian, but... Whatever the case, it's clear that she's not a monster. She's a person, like you or me. Obviously, she knows something about Eden, and we need all the information we can get. But more than that, I just want to talk to her, to find out who she is, and if there's anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget that she's already attacked us once. What's to say she won't try it again when she wakes up? If she keeps us from reclaiming the empty, it will be all my fault. It's no good. I can't make my mind up. Oh, I can't make up my mind. What do you think we should do, Aldine? If Alphino were here, he'd talk things through with her. Even Emmett Selk had his reasons. We should at least hear her out. There's not much we can do until she... Yeah. Even Emmett Selk had his reasons. We should at least hear her out. I see what you mean. Perhaps if we'd been able to come to an understanding, things wouldn't have ended the way they did. I hope that she's nothing like Emmett Selk, but we won't know until we speak to her. Until then, I'll try to concentrate on the here and now. Speaking of which, I still need to see d'Orange's errands. The people we're on our way to meet lent us the Sky Slipper and most of the apparatus we've been using. And since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume the same applies to them and their colleagues. Anyway, once that's over with, we can find a place to relax. Now that we're here, let me introduce you to the members of our inner circle, or whatever you want to call it. That's Ghoul Gull. Who's interested in trading for any relics we find in the empty. Apparently, he mostly deals in exotic weapons and whatnot, but he's agreed to keep us supplied with whatever else we can't get from the Crystarium. Now, the ones we came to meet should be around here somewhere. Hi. Ah, Reen. What a relief it is to see you returned unharmed from your expedition. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. We were gone a little bit longer than we expected. Aldine, I'd like you to meet, Leray. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As a representative of the Settlement Council, I'm here to oversee the delivery of equipment deemed necessary to your mission. I will be on hand to provide any assistance you may require. Actually, there's something we'd like you to take care of. It's probably best not to talk about it in the middle of the market, though. I'll take it from here, Aldine. You should get some rest. But before you go, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. We still have a long road ahead of us, but if we give it our all, there's nothing we can't handle. I can't remember what tenacity does. I really should learn these stats a bit more. Tenacity. Affects the amount of physical and magical damage dealt and received, as well as HP restored. The higher the value, the more damage dealt, the more HP restored, and the less damage taken. Only applicable when rollers tank. Ah, fudge. And piety is a healing thing, so I guess the only one that's relevant is quick tongue. I see. Though it is mere supposition, it would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter with Reen and Aldine until we know more. Well, I appreciate you telling me, even if it is too soon to be sure. I'm the one watching over her, after all. Oracle of Darkness. Well, that's a fucking title. I pray it is not true. Well, that feels like it was the end of that. And I think I might call it here. I could probably do like another hour-ish or so, but I feel like I'd be in the middle of quest lines, and that feels not nearly as satisfying, honestly. So, my plan is to, continue playing through Ace Attorney tomorrow, at this stage. I still need to re-listen to the stream, the last stream I did of that, just to make sure I'm up to the task of the trial ahead. I don't know if I'm going to be doing 14 because of that, because I might do a little bit, honestly. Maybe just focusing on Eden. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Maybe just Saturday night. I don't think I'll stream Sunday night, because that's going to be getting into going to work tomorrow territory, and yeah, it's not going to leave me a lot of time to just do whatever I want. So yeah, at least for the time being, Ace Attorney tomorrow morning and the morning after as well. Maybe a little bit of 14. I'm hoping I'll be back to a more regular schedule this coming week. Like, all of the house stuff has been done for this crap that's going on. I've just got to stay on top of everything else. Or I've just got to stay on top of it now, which shouldn't be too hard. But my state is also going back into Stage 4 lockdown in literally 2 minutes for a few days, so who's to say how that's going to go. Hopefully it's just a one and done, and we stamp it out like other states have. But yeah, that's the next few days for me. I'm going to update the schedule as I can. I'll probably put in a rough time for when I'm going to stream 14 tomorrow, if I do end up deciding to do that. But yeah. I hope I'm back now. Every time I say, like, yes, okay, we're back to it, something fucking else has come up. And that's been going for like 2 or 3 weeks straight. So I hope I'm actually back now, but you never know. Anyway, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time.